Good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. Hello. We are back. A little bit late, but yeah. Better late than never. Hello, Somnus, Mega Hawkins. Call me Zerk. It's Nokem with quite a big paragraph. I'm gonna get that to it in a moment. And Cyan, and Martian. Skulls as well. How we doing today? Okay, so Conan is actually asking in Spanish. Give me a moment. Hola, Magwai. Estoy entrando al juego. Call me Zerk with the Prime, my boy. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the stream. You're the MVP. Thank you, buddy. Estoy entrando al juego y puedo comprar un mazo de Pike muy parecido al que subiste un vídeo. ¿Recomiendas a Pike para entrar? Simplemente me gustan los mazos control lentos y no sé si encajará con el meta de Vendetta. Saludos. I'll answer to you like in English and then in Spanish. So Pike control, if you are into control decks, it's definitely a deck that you're going to enjoy. How will it match up into Vendetta? Honestly, it's early to say, and I do think that the deck could perhaps use some new tools, though I have to get on building it, but the deck as it is now, even without the new cards, should work. So I'll say that in Spanish real quick, in case you didn't understand me. Si te gusta control, Pike va a ser un mazo que te guste. También puedes pensar en algo como Ezreal, o hay otras opciones para control. Pero a mí también me gusta el control. Ahora estoy cambiando otras cosas, ¿no? Pero si te gusta control, Pike te va a gustar. Y no necesitas cartas nuevas para... El mazo va a funcionar igualmente. No sé decirte lo bien... si va a ser mejor o peor en el meta de Vendetta, porque es muy pronto para decir algo así. Pero... si te gusta, vea por ello. Es buen mazo. Have you decided yet what to play in Barcelona, or are you still trying out stuff? I'm leaning heavily towards Akali. For now. I enjoyed Jace, but I feel like Jace is gonna be an Aurora Fest. And to be fair, getting the best of Akali will also be a challenge. Like, it'll be a challenge no matter what, but I feel like Jace is more vulnerable to techs. And Akali can do more broken things. Akali surprisingly can defend better than people think it can because of cards like Back Off and Zanya's and Emperor's Divide. I had to pick up something. This is really annoying. I have like this gap between two of my teeth, and shit gets stuck there all the time, and I have to pull it out. Yeah. How's your Polish? Trying to learn. Tak. Dzień dobry. Do widzenia. It's a work in progress. It's a really, really fucking hard language. And it makes no sense. You don't consider any old legends? I don't close any doors. But I'm also excited to play something new, and the Kali has been extremely fun. What do you think of Zed? I think Zed is underrated. I've seen people start saying, like, this is not a conclusion that I reach on my own, but I've seen good players talk really highly about, in particular, two players talk really well about the 5-drop Zed. Colin and Manland. Manland is a Spanish player. He was the Ezreal player who made it to top 8 in Bologna. And the guy who was closest to beating Allen in that tournament, actually. So, very good MTG player, like a pro player. And Colin, obviously, is the set guy who's top 8 in several regionals. And both of them, I heard both of them talk about Zed. The 5-drop Zed. And how the card itself is crazy, right? And if you think about it, it really is. Like, every time it's conquering, it's generating a unit, and then it can swap places with that unit. And the fact that it costs no power is extremely nice. I think it's a very, very powerful 5-drop, given the fact that it costs you no power. It's really nice to be able to play it when going second on your second turn, being able to develop it. And I think it's really scary with Ride the Wind. I think if you get to a situation where you conquer with him twice, you're spawning 2 units that attack for 4, and it can protect itself by replacing itself with those units as well in a pinch. I think 5-drop Zed is... I can definitely see, like, theoretically how it's really strong. And I think Zed is promising. It's a strong color combination. And I do agree, like, I was never impressed with the signature spell. Like, some people were freaking out about the signature spell, and I never really thought it was, like... I was not super excited by the signature spell because I think it's very expensive. Like, the fact that it costs 1 power. You know, like, yeah, you're burning cards, but... Like, I don't even know, like, it may end up, like, we may end up in a situation where, like, it's better to actually not play the signature spell. Like, what is it doing? It's burning you 3, and it's spawning a body. A body that's 0 might, right? That only works for attacking, so it's not even, like, I mean, it's not a play that you're ever gonna want to go for on turn 1. Whereas where that kind of play would be strong, but obviously if the card was if the card costs no power, then it would arguably be it would definitely be broken, right? But it's a signature spell as well. We've had broken signature spells in the past. I just think the card costing 1 power hurts it a lot, and I actually think in the future we may end up in a situation where Zed just doesn't play like a full set of it. I don't know. I'm more impressed with the 5-drop and being able to play that Zed as a chosen champion and using Ride the Wind with it. I'd like to try out Zed eventually. For Zed, I think it will just take time for people to break Endless Riches and go nuts. The problem with Endless Riches that I see is that if it gets removed, you lose the game. Like, you actually just lose. So I think it's a very glass cannon strategy. His signature is crazy to push late game with Bushwhack. Yeah, with like Rasa and stuff. Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. I'm not impressed by the signature spell. Like, what happens if you draw a bunch of them early? What are you doing? Hey Mog, I don't even know this game, but I find your voice comforting as background. Best of luck in your tournaments. Thank you, Hernan. Thank you. No pocket Mog. No. No, I've played that game enough. I played that game, to be honest, I played that game a lot more than I normally would have if I wasn't just like making content on it. I have been done with Pocket for quite some time, and eventually I was just like, you know. They literally, like, the game literally hasn't added anything new. Like, it's the most lazy digital card game I've ever seen. Like, they just literally just release packs and that's all they do. And I need to play a card game that actually is more rewarding. And Pocket is just not it. Pocket is basically for collecting. Like I get no sense of satisfaction like playing Pocket from a PvP standpoint. And I haven't done so for quite some time. Like, it was fun at the beginning, but then it just got old really fast. And I stuck with it because, you know, it was my job, right? I was hoping for Gangplank support. I don't want to play Jace. You don't have to play Jace to play Gangplank. You could potentially play Gangplank in M-Bessa. Yeah, it doesn't have to be Jace. You can play Gangplank in a lot of orange decks. The thing is, Gangplank shines a bit more as a sideboard card, I think. And of course, you need a reason to play it over something like Ruin Runner. And the reason like it works well with M-Bessa is because you synergize with her legend. And you can play stuff like Facebreaker, which actually pumps it. Dom Aguinaldo, hello! I always look forward to watch your trailer reactions and card set reviews. You were my #1 YouTuber. I really appreciate that. I really do. Like, I basically stuck to the game for as long as I did because of the channel and everything, right? But it's just not like, it's just not a real card game. It's not like decision making. Like, it's so fundamentally limited by the core design that it's just never gonna really evolve into anything else. Like, I had the most fun with Pocket when I brewed and played Thunderbolt Pikachu, Tapu Koko, or Ikorio, Sky Support Shaman. I had the most fun playing Pocket the first month that I played it. December of 2024, basically. Afterwards, it was just like, it was a roller coaster ride for me. Like, I got burnt out like really fast. And then I got my motivation back, but it would just dry out very quickly. Just because, you know, like I'm a card gamer at heart, and it's extremely unga bunga in that sense. Like, it's extreme. Like, there's just not, you know, when you play a game like this, for example, and you compare it to Pocket, it's just two different worlds. Thoughts on Mask of Foresight and Akali deck? I don't believe in it. I don't like it. I hate it. I don't think the value that it provides you is worth running it over other cards. Thank Tresnaldith. Thank you. Legion Deuce, hello. So, Akali, I kind of want to play another match. I want to grind this more. Like, I still feel like I have a lot to learn. Yesterday we had an amazing run with it. We're facing Pyke. Okay. Let's see how the Pyke matchup goes. They can't target Akali unless it's in combat. We have not so fast in the sideboard. We need to watch out for, like, we need to find ways to, we need to mulligan, like, our 2-drops are definitely going to help, like, particularly the Lonely Poro and the Scuttle Crab. We need to find ways to keep our hand healthy and not succumb to the Bewitching Spirit. How important is Defy? I think I want to mulligan away the Perfect Execution because I want to find other stuff. Defy can be quite important, but it's also important for us to have buffs. I feel like Jhin is just inherently hard for them to deal with. But the Defy can protect against... let's just keep the Defy. I'm maybe a mistake, but... I want to keep the Defy to... Yeah, there's the Bewitching Spirit. So what am I dropping here? I think I can drop the Pendulum Blade. I don't think I'm going to need it. Do I play this here? No, I feel like I just drop you here. Discard the back off. I think I want a Falling Star, this Bewitching Spirit. I empower my Akali. I move here and generate this, and then I tap Akali to return him to base, generate these two. I think leaving my Jhin exposed there is probably a mistake. I think I want to clear this Bewitching Spirit even if I waste my Falling Star. They have a tremendous card advantage over us, though. Right, like they paid 2 energy and 2 power, they played Falling Star, and then they recycled, they have to recycle. I'm low on cards, though. I want to keep the Discipline mana open. Okay. It sucks that I lack the power to, because I have to... Having to use my discipline here. There are several good top decks. And being able to... I may go for it. Because if I can get a Conquer here, then I can set up a Conquer to 6. Oh yeah, I have the Akali Legend, of course. I can't believe I almost missed that. Okay. So I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna trigger this. I'm gonna move you back. I'm gonna play another crab here. I think now's the time to drop the Silkhorn. Forces them to play another Falling Star. Maybe I should have dropped the Akali, to be honest. They can play Falling Star, though. So they can just drop those two, they play Falling Star, and they clear these two. So maybe that was not the correct play. Maybe that got greedy there. They have the Harrowing and that, okay. Maybe should I let them kill mine? I mean, I get to score a point here, but is that worth, like... I don't know playing this stuff. I mean, it did kind of force him to drop down a lot of runes. Interesting. I feel like we take it then. Because we can draw with the Poro, and we should find something that allows us to... Let me take a screenshot of that. Okay. So no other relevant cards, but we do know some cards that they run, okay. We should be able to conquer here, especially because we have the draw. We have 3 draws this turn. Where are they hiding this? Probably should be in the battlefield with Ezreal. Nope, nope. That makes it easier. That makes it a lot easier. I'm gonna play 3, and I'm going to stun this unit. So I can draw a card. This card is not particularly useful. If I move Akali, I have 9. I go back, I have 9. So this thing is stunned. Let me think how I do this, because this is 11. This is 11, so that Emporo does not cut it. So I have to move here, and then do this to move you back. So she's at 7. And then I move here. Wait, but if I win the combat because they're stunned, then I still win, yeah. We draw that. So we managed to win. That wasn't looking good for us. I'll go get food. No, fuck that. And then we're gonna top deck the Shuriken flip. Okay. Alright. Okay. So that worked out in the end. I don't know if playing the Stellarcorn... Like, at that point, that's what I wanted. I wanted stuff like Shuriken flip. Because that would allow me to move the Jhin over there. I could even drop the other unit and move in there. Like, I just needed a spell. So many cards were like good top decks there, but I did mulligan away the Pendulum Blade. But perfect execution. I mean, the back off definitely worked, just because I was able to stun and then I was able to win. He went too greedy, that Falling Star on Jhin. Yeah, he dropped that Falling Star too early, and what is this, Kai'Sa? Okay, let's see how we fare against Kai'Sa. I do like the Stalcorn Herder. Do I like the Pendulum Blade here? I mean, I should be able to deal with their breaks. And they do have some gear removal, so I'm going to keep one Falling Star. I'm going to drop them. I'm going to try... I do find my 2-drop, which is really nice. That's the perk of having 9 2-drops. But we got to go for the full mulligan against it. Those are pretty runes. Okay, so I don't want to play into like a Falling Star super early, so I think because we have another Akali, we just go in and conquer here, and we can develop our other Akali more safely. Because I want to find ways to accelerate this. Because Akali cannot be targeted while attacking a battlefield. That's we're going to a battlefield that's empty. The thing is, I would like to see. Okay. Draw a card and showdown. I like that Defy there. It's a Pouty Poro and then Oxus Hopeful. Okay. Still have no real way to protect. Like, I have back off. But I don't want to be burning my runes just yet. Like, I need to find a way to navigate around their removal here. I have to be efficient. Let's play this and draw a card. I like that discipline there. I think I am going to be forced to... Because they cannot target her unless she's in combat. And I have the Defy. So I think hiding this is ultimately worth. Because I have access to 2 stuns. Okay, draw with that. 4 mana left. They let me score there. Okay. Paying 3 just to empower her and then playing Discipline just to clear through here to score feels like a bit too excessive. Having 3 mana for double that. There's a heavy amount of units here. And the Watcher could definitely come down next turn. This is a tricky turn. There's a heavy unit development there. Thanking. Oh my god, everybody's so fucking annoying. Like, bro, it's called thanking, dude. You should try it. Holy shit. Everybody's so fucking annoying about this. Like, every single person I play, it's just like, bro, just deal with it. Holy fuck. Clearing these two bodies could be useful. Because then I still have access to double stun and that. But also deploying the Stellacorn may just be better. Especially because I can threaten an attack. So I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to deploy I'm going to deploy the Stellacorn here. My goodness, everybody's so freaking obnoxious. Okay, so they did have the they did have the Watcher. Now we have a good idea what they have in hand, which means they don't have an answer for my Stellacorn here, which is really nice. They can time warp next turn. So we need to be able to block them. Getting rid of like 2 units I think is ultimately better because this forces them to play the Watcher. And playing the Watcher... The problem is that time warp. That time warp is extremely threatening. So I needed to find a way to navigate around that. I think... I think playing 2, knocking at least 2 bodies out. This is a lot of bodies though. So 2 mana for that. I don't think I can afford to empower this turn, to be honest. Because if I just let them conquer and they go to 6, we're in trouble. So I have to strike here. Yeah, that time warp really puts an edge on us. So dealing with 2. We have a stun there. We have a discipline. A Watcher comes down and just completely obliterates us. I just don't have the mana, bro. This is looking like an L. So I can't commit fully, but I have to be able to defend against multiple attackers. That means I have to weaken their board a little bit, unfortunately. I have to pick it apart a little bit. I have to play here. It feels bad, but I have to hide here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this. Like I'm so far behind on runes because the Watcher, the combination of the Watcher. Yeah, that's game. The combination of the Watcher and the Time Warp is really strong. Yeah, no, this game's done. Next one. Because they have the Time Warp. Okay, so that's problematic. Decree of Focus could definitely be useful here. Ferris Forerunner as well, not so fast. I don't know about... I mean, the Pendulum Blade helps conquer in some situations. Like, they do have beefy units, so we need to factor that in. What isn't helping us too much? I mean, all the spells kind of help us. Back off is useful to an extent. How good is Perfect Execution? I don't know if Perfect Execution is worth. I think I can drop these two. And we want the Ferris Forerunner. To be honest, I think maybe the Pendulum Blade. Tricky matchup for sure, I think. We can lead off with the Lonely Poro. I like the Shuriken Flip. I like the Jin. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Like I like this hand. I have two drops that do quite a bit. I can lead off with the Poro. I can try to conquer here. Okay. It's fine. It does. Draws me a card. Like, I'm not going to defy that. I'm just going to deploy my Jin. Deflect ×2. Sure. And then I'm gonna move here. And then play the Lonely Portal here. Time Warp, Bryn here, and the Portal. Okay, Time Warp, Bryn here and that, okay. I should probably develop the Mournful Witness. Am I consuming too much power? 10. So if I move with both, if I move with this here, I go to 6, 8, 11. That should be enough to take that out. So 8, 11, yeah. Actually, no, I miscalculated. I miscalculated because I can't do that again. No, but I can empower Akali. I just can't resort to the 5, but I think that's fine. Fuck. So I guess maybe I had to wait a turn there. Not having the mana for that really hurt me. I had it to 5, but I just didn't think they would have it. Tough matchup. But I could have been more patient. I could have been more patient. GG. Okay. I did misplay there though. Like, when I realized that I couldn't play, because I keep forgetting, something that I forget in the middle of my thought process is that I can't move my Akali and move the Stellarcorn Herder at the same time because it's not action speed. Oh, he cannot play the units of the battlefield. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't read the chat. I forgot about that. Oh, he cheated. Yeah, that's true. He's the one playing that battlefield, so... Oh. Well, derp. Yeah, I missed that. I was just so focused on finding lethal, I missed that. But I still, even if that wasn't the case, like, I still could have navigated that differently. That's true. So I'm going first. I got the Scuttle Crab. The Charm can be useful, but I feel like keeping a Falling Star makes more sense. I want to mulligan the other stuff though, because I do want to find key cards. Spiderlings. Spiderlings. Okay, so let me actually deploy this here first and see what I draw. Okay. I could charm the Spiderling and just get rid of it. And I feel like that is honestly worth. Just because I removed their 3-drop essentially, even though I'm wasting 2 cards on it, like I'm gonna go for an on guard. And then I'm gonna go for a charm. And I'm gonna get rid of the spider. And then it's probably a good turn to develop a Kali. I can bring this back and I can just deploy a Kali here. I can use the Scuttle Crab for information. I went here, you know, because I know that, you know, this sequence was good because now they don't kill my other unit and I get to score another point. So, spotters. Spotters. I'm actually gonna go for on guard on this so that I threaten the spider. And then I flip all of them there. So now they're each, they're 3s. So I can go for a discipline. Counter a spell. Play 4 bird token. Okay, so they can counter my... They can counter my falling star. But do I need to, for them, like... They can also spawn 4 bird tokens, so I need to do some math here. If they counter my spell, they have 9, so I go in, I can kill 2 of them. Is there a way for me to be able to... There's actually a way for me to be able to clear them, yes. Okay, I see the line. I'm gonna go this. I'm gonna falling star these 2. Force the counter spell. Yep. And then, check this shit out. I'm gonna pay 1. I guess I'll go with 1 green power. And I'm gonna go with the shuriken flip here. And I'm gonna move this here, who gets +1. And then this comes in, and it cleans the spotters. Okay. And now that I'm going second, and Akali Deadly Weapon definitely does some crazy things here. Now, I feel like Pendulum Blade is particularly good for this matchup because it helps me break their board. And Twilight Shroud as well. I can drop the back-offs. And then do I play another Akali? I mean, Akali is useful. Now that I'm going second, it's probably better to do that. The Scuttle Crab is nice. I'm going to drop a Lonely Portal for another Akali, and we're going to go with this. And we're going to go with a Void Gate plan. I like the Twilight Shroud. It can just enable a full-on attack. I like the Celicorn a lot. I think I'm going to mulligan away the Mournful Witness. And I'm going to keep the Discipline. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Wait, they said I go first? Oh, I didn't see that, bro. Well, shit. I assumed I was going second. I didn't see that. This is really funny, though. Because I can empower Akali, and I can trigger that. Oh my god, we're cooking. Oh, I'm gonna hunt some spiders, guys. I'm gonna empower my Akali, and then I'm gonna pay 2, and I'm gonna empower my Akali. Omega Lol. Akali the Spotter Killer. The Kata! And I'm gonna set up my boy Jin. Some Gin Tonic. And now what I'm going to do is pay 2 and flow my Twilight Shroud. Let's go. Pay 3. Equip. Probably should have used my Jin, but whatever. Six. And then she moves back. And now they're 3-3. They're 3s. And I go I don't need gin, no, no, no. Now we go. So he plays 4 tokens. Okay. Okay, so now we have 9, 10, 13 might. And we have just enough to get above that. Thanks to my boy Jin. The Animal Slayer. Important interaction. If Zanya is hidden and you have a Death Knell unit, you can respond to a Death Knell trigger and save the Zanya for one of your bigger units. Oh, I can respond to the Death Knell trigger. Yeah, yeah. I'm not used to playing Zanyas, so I did not know that. Thank you for that's really, really important information. Yeah. Well, that was an Akali Deadly Weapon showcase. I've ever seen one. Oh my goodness. And yeah, this card was funny. I mean, it didn't end up doing anything. I mean, it gave me +1 might, which is nice. But, you know, it made me feel safe from like a stun. Also from the opponent's Death Knell. Yeah, I can react to the Death Knell trigger. I didn't know that's how that worked. I guess while the Death Knell is in resolution, the hidden card doesn't go. I just didn't know that. That's like a mechanic that's not very intuitive. Because I feel like once the unit dies, the hidden card fades. But I guess the Death Knell trigger happens before that. I didn't know that. But it makes sense because, like, with temporary cards, people chain hiddens in reaction to the temporary effect. All triggers from a showdown have to resolve from the showdown to conclude. That's when the hidden card explodes. So the Death Knell effect triggers, and then I activate the Zanyas. That's really important. That's another reason to play Scuttle Crab, actually. Being able to... Dude, that's really important information. I mulliganed away a 2-drop because I thought that they were gonna go first, and I didn't even read the fact that I was going first. So I need to pay attention to that, because sometimes some decks are gonna want to go second, I guess, because they want to play a Spiderling on curve. I mean, that deck makes sense because you just have a shitload of spiders. So in one scenario, can you use Zanyas? Okay, so yeah, let me explain that to YouTube because they didn't read that. So basically, if I have a Scuttle Crab in a battlefield and I hide a Zanyas there, when the Scuttle Crab dies, its Death Knell effect triggers. And I did not know this, but this resolves before the showdown ends. I actually did not know that's how it was. Because of this, Because normally I would be forced to play Zanya's in order to save the crab, and I'm not encouraged to place a Zanya's Hourglass in a battlefield with a crab. But because the crab triggers a death knell effect, when the death knell effect triggers and the crab has already died, I can flip the Zanyas in response, and this allows me to preserve Zanyas to protect my units in the back or in the other battlefield. But likely in the bench, right? Like units that I have in the bench. Not gonna lie, Ornn feels better than any Vendetta Legend, and with Helm Suppression, we have great matchup into Kennen, Akali, Mel. I don't know if it's better than any Vendetta Legend. I don't see a world where Ornn is better than something like Kennen. I think Ornn is decent, but I mean, if it feels good to you, then good. But I don't see it personally right now. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's just a confusing, but I guess it's understanding the core rules of the game. And I guess there's always something new to learn. So this is Vex? Is this the same deck? No, it seems like a different one, an actual Vex deck. Okay, let's see how we fare against this. The Pendulum Blade is going to be useful here for sure. Perfect Execution gives me Assault +2, but I'd rather have it I mean... It gives Assault 3, but I can't react as I would with, like, I feel like keeping a Discipline... Do I keep a Discipline or a Perfect Execution? I already have the Pendulum Blade, so I think I'm gonna... I'm only gonna weigh the Execution and keep that. Just having some cheap buffs. They have no 2-drop, which is really good. Double stack deck. Okay. I think I just deploy Akali in the bench. Because she's a very menacing attacker after. I still have 1 mana to surprise him with an on guard that's going to force him to play something. I'm going to reveal the top card. I get an Emperor's Divide, and then I play 1, and I play On Guard. Pass Focus. We get a Discipline out of them. I draw a card, the showdown ends. I would like to see, like, some counter spells. shadow. Interesting. That must mean it is possible that they have a 1-mana stun. And if they have a 1-mana stun, because anything else I can beat. So... see what they reveal at the 5, okay. Okay, so we directly conquer, that's very nice. It does seem worth to get rid of this, even though it's an expensive play, like getting rid of this cat. Sets them back a lot. I think it's worth a falling star. No. Can't. If falling star would get... Yeah. If falling star would get defied, we lost a lot of energy doing that. They play another Vex there, okay. I think drawing 3 cards is really nice. We go back, we draw another. We go back here and draw another. It's a lot of draws. Problem is playing, like, I can play very optimally. I can go for the Emperor's Divide. But I don't want to consume more power. Consuming more power is a mistake. But making them stay here is arguably better. So I'm gonna go with the Mournful Witness here. And I'm gonna call that a turn. I need to develop some energy. I need to slow down a little bit. If I had Jin, this would be a lot better, but they have a massive energy advantage over us. I can get a Defy out of them with an On Guard here. Not how the battlefield works. Only when moving out of it. Yep, we get a Defy out of them. I must have bugged out. What matters is my Akali is empowered, so I can do a lot of cool things. Okay, so they get rid of my Mournful Witness. That's a charm gone. They can't target my Akali. That's why I love Akali. God, Akali's such a good unit. Holy shit. They have 8 mana left. Okay, so no Dreadmaw available. Yeah, I mean, they scored earlier, but whatever. Go to 2. Because now I can use my Akali's ability to just scout out their stuns and likes. Still haven't drawn a Defy, which would be nice, but it's nice that we got the Defy out of them with the other card. They go for a stacked deck. Making, well, I mean, that's a good play because you're making use of Sona. No Vile Maul can happen this turn, though, which is important. They play another unit there. Okay, so that's a lot of might. There's my Defy. That Defy is really important. So if I go in with 6 plus 9, they have 11. They have 11. So this combined... Gotta think here, because I could potentially break through with a Defy. We definitely want to try to break through this turn. We have the tools. So we go in. So that's 6, 9, 11. We just match with them. But we can force... That's 5 mana. Going up to 7, drawing a card. And then now... Okay, so... So you counter it. Okay. Approve. Okay, so... We move in here, +7, +2, +9, and then we trigger Akali. Legend resolves. We move back here. We gain 10. And now we're going to go up to 14 as we go back in. So discipline doesn't do it. So 8, 11, approve. Booyah. Cinema. 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 Why is it not letting me pass? It's bugged. Bugged. Sorry. Trying to pass. Come on. Oh. Okay. Clean. Clean. Just holding on to the file when it actually mattered. So, and navigating around that, like baiting their defile with the discipline was nice. Because at that point, like I would have offered a trade. Because I don't want to walk into that and have them defy, like being able to stun me and defy my defy. Like if I clear their board, they have to start all over again, and I have another Akali, so. I could have shurikened the cat. I probably could have done that, but I wanted to preserve the shuriken because if for some reason this went south, I could Akali shuriken for 1 mana. Like, I could have done that, but I didn't feel compelled to. Like, the math was on my side. Could have double capped with shuriken. Yeah, I could have. Like, I could have used a shuriken, but it's always about, like, the key thing is about use as many cards as you actually need. And because I knew they had 4 mana left, like, combination of cards that I have to watch out for is back off and defy. Stuff like that. Mogwai, is this the first cook you're main decking more copies of your chosen champ? Yeah, out of the decks that out of the main decks that I played, yeah. Because Akali is just that good of a unit. But it was about just committing the least amount of resources that I needed to. Having the second Pendulum Blade in the sideboard for matchups like that, where they're like combat is really important, is really nice. Probably should have moved. I don't know if I brought in a not so fast, but I should have brought in a not so fast. Because I have to counter the stuns essentially. So I don't know if I brought like Twilight Shroud. I brought in, but I should have brought Not So Fast as well. Take away the back offs. Take away one Emperor's Divide, to be honest, or maybe a Zanya's Hourglass. Like take away a Zanya's. Yeah, take away Azanias, take away... the back offs. And bring in the Pendulum Blade, the Not So Fast, and the Twilight Shroud, because we need to be... We need to enhance our ability to break holds, right? So the sideboard is flexible in that sense. I really like that the Akali Legend doesn't lose her in power. Yeah, I like her design a lot. Because you need to find the right time to empower her. Like, there is a price to pay, but once you get it done, like, you do a lot. And I think Shuriken Flip is just Omega broken. I think this card is just broken. I think this is the main reason to play Akali. This card is nuts. This card is insane. It's actually like quite a bit stronger than I don't know why I didn't expect this to be ridiculous. It's better than a showstopper, in my opinion. Which is crazy to say, but it's actually better. Because like dealing 2 damage to a unit and then being able to replay it, like having the ability to play it again after, like this card allows you to conquer without, like, this card also helps a lot with scoring a key point without having to keep your unit in the battlefield after. This card allows you to go in, score the point, and then get the fuck out of there. And it's amazing with Green Akali because if you're going to a free battlefield, they can't stop you from conquering, so you can't be targeted. Nah, Green Akali is legit. You probably talked about this before, but are you attending LA? The regionals in LA? I don't intend to. For now, just because I would like to, but it's an expensive trip for me. Maybe I can do like a subathon to fund for it, because I would like to go. When is it? It's at the beginning of September, right? Have you tried this without Mournful Witness, or is she that important? She's just really good. Because of our pump spells, because of back off, Emperor's Divide, like there are cards that we don't want to use with her necessarily, but the fact that we can quite easily enable her to go to 4, and then she becomes like a very valuable resource. I had to see how you use Hall of Legends. Yeah, no, this is one of my favorite battlefields of the Kali. It's really strong. Once you empower a Kali, like you conquer here, and then you're able to trigger again. Like if you have a Stellarcorn Herder, that means you draw like it's like pay 1 energy to draw 3 cards. With Jin, you can just make an absurd amount of energy. I like how Jin and Stellarcorn Herder actually work really well together. Because one gives you the cards to play, and the other one gives you the energy and power to use them, like, so... I know some people suggest 2 Jins, but I don't like that. I don't like Kaisa. I see a lot of decks with Akali playing Kaisa, and I just feel like that's pointless. Like, Kaisa doesn't synergize particularly with this well. Like, I guess aggro versions, but I don't like full-on aggro versions. I like this. I like investing more in defense. You know, patching up the deck's weakness a bit better with Zanya's, Emperor's Divide, and back off. A red deck without Nox is hopeful. It just doesn't quite fit the curve often. Like, the cheap spells that we play, we don't play early. You know, like, we have very few ways to actually enable it, aside from, like, a 2-drop into it. It's actually difficult to play Noxus Hopeful in this deck. Sometimes I do think it would be nice to have like a 4th source of draw. But the Affectionate Poro is just such a worse version than Stellarcorn Herder. And I really don't like Kaisa. Because I already have a lot of 4-drops. Like, I'm already, you know, I'm either playing Green Akali, I'm playing Jhin, or I'm playing Stellarcorn Herder. Like, Darius could be decent. It's just, I just haven't felt like I needed him. If I run into stuff like Yi, then I bring the second Pendulum Blade. And I get to work that way. How impactful has Jhin been? Jhin is amazing. Jhin is only not incredible when we run out of gas. And if we don't find Stellarcorn, sometimes that can happen. But that's also why I play Lonely Poro and Scuttle Crab. Like, I have a lot of my 2-drops cycle themselves, so you know, Back Off also cycles, Discipline also cycles. I have a lot of cycling, so I feel like I end up finding Stellarcorn Herder most of my games. Is the second Akali a flex spot, or has having 2 come up and been helpful? Since I added her, I mean, having a second one has been reassuring because it's allowed me to play the other one more aggressively. And I have had situations where I developed 2 of them, and then all of a sudden, like, I have 2 very menacing attackers. Before that, I ran Yasuo, but the problem is the deck is... It's actually difficult with this deck to get to, like, a point where you can afford to spend 6 or 7 runes in one play. Ferris Forerunner in non-purple matchups is definitely a worthy, but that's as high as I want to go. And against those kind of decks, I probably swap out the Akali for the Ferris Forerunner. Will there be daily decks like in the good old days? I'm trying to like not rush the content. I definitely gotta improve my uploading schedule. But right now, first of all, I want to stream consistently, and I want to get good videos. It's hard to like just deliver daily decks. Like I've been doing this for a long time, and I kind of want to do things a bit differently now. Like, I want to improve as a player, and I feel like playing different decks and being forced to upload a deck every day actually goes against that. But I want to build other stuff. So I want to make sure that I stream regularly. Like, I'm gonna be aiming to stream like 5 days a week. And I'm gonna keep uploads. Like, uploads are gonna happen weekly. Like, I'm gonna upload multiple videos a week, but daily videos right now is gonna conflict with my preparation. I definitely got a lot more games to play, but I think I definitely found the deck that I want to play. Like, I'm very happy with this. I feel like we have game against everything. Like, I still haven't tested the Aurora matchup, but we do have the Birdo Steels. Though dealing with Elder Dragon can still be a little bit difficult. I think dealing with Elder Dragon if you're not purple is hard in general. But we can tempo them. We can try to outpace them. And Birdo Steel allows us to very reliably answer Aurora itself. So they get out a dragon. We gotta deal with the dragon, but that's basically it with that. So far, I've liked your Akali list more than the others. I've seen the protection plan versus aggro makes more sense for the deck. Yeah, I just think Akali is already very efficient at conquering. So when I see decks that run like Kaisas and Cleaves, I just think I think that ends up in diminishing returns. Like, yes, offensively you're a monster, but that's not where the deck struggles. The deck does not struggle conquering. The deck struggles losing your units after you attack because you leave them in the board, and the deck doesn't hold well. Like, Akali is a terrible unit to leave at a battlefield. Like, that is how she's balanced. She's balanced because she is extremely weak defending. It's very easy to get rid of her when she's holding. That's why double Zanyas, double Emperor's Divide, and double Back Off help us patch that weakness. I haven't seen any Akali deck play Back Off, and I think this card is really important. Because we can hide it with Jhin for free, which is really nice. It cycles itself as a stun, and can even be used in attacks. Like, we actually set up a lethal earlier today with a Back Off where we had against Pyke, where we had 9 versus 9. And it's a very strong card, and often we can just hide it on the battlefield where our attacker is, and we can, you know, the combination of these 6 cards allow us to preserve our board state more often than other versions of Akali, and that, in my opinion, with this archetype, that makes a big difference. What about Red Pyke for holding and accelerate? Red Pyke is interesting. It's interesting, but I just don't feel like this deck needs it. Shuriken Flip is our accelerate and also perfect execution. Sometimes we like the ability, like we need to, but the thing is, like, Akali, in my opinion, needs to accelerate less. Because you have Akali. As long as you, like, the ideal game, you try to preserve your Akali to finish. That's the ideal situation, and that's why we have Pharaoh's Forerunner in the sideboard, because against yellow decks, Cold Weak is a problem, right? So Pharaoh's Forerunner helps against stuff like that. But because we have Akali, like, as long as we keep the base, that's why we play 9 2-drops. It's not just about finding a turn 1 play, it's because we can drop these very easily and keep preserving our board presence, having units that we can take over the freed up battlefields with, because if our opponents try to leave too many units in the battlefields against us, we're gonna eat them alive with Akali. So a lot of times they try to preserve units in the back, and we use the cheap units to always score points. And sometimes you have to make suboptimal plays just to ensure you get those first couple of points in. Because when we fall behind on points, then this deck becomes a lot worse. How do you think the Draven matchup is going to go? That's an interesting one. That one could be tough. because they're going to be able to draw a lot off of us. Back-offs are important. Decree of Focus will be important against Draven. Not so fast. If we see them running Falling Star, can also be nice. Draven could be rough. Pendulum feels very good in this deck. You sure you only want one copy? I could go two. I'm just not sure what I would take out for it, but it has been really good, yes. It's just that the slots right now are very tight. My list is very similar to yours, but I'd run an extra Emperor's Divide. Helps you overextend to keep point tempo while having your Kali, Herd, or Jhin. I could see a third Emperor's Divide. I just, I go with 2 back off instead, because sometimes it's good to force trades and the card cycles itself. Okay, Kai'Sa. Let me not forget about the way Rockfall Path works. So we're going second, it seems. We're going second, yes. Okay, we have the Scuttle Crab, we have the Shuriken Flip, we have the Defy. These cards are important. The Perfect Execution. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this hand, even though I am missing some key plays after. Maybe keeping the Perfect Execution is a mistake, especially because I have the Shuriken Flip. Like, maybe I should have mulliganed this, to be honest. So it's a mech version. There's a good chance I blundered by not mulliganing the Perfect Execution. This could leave me a bit vulnerable. I think I want to slow them down. Not allow them to get points so easily, so that's where the Shuriken Flip does the work. But am I willing to go down 2 runes for that? Because I kind of want to deploy a Kali here, right? Because I want to be able to have an answer for a Kali. But dealing with this, I feel like it's a big power cost, but I think it's worth. If I had a Jhin, this would be a lot better, and this is the problem here. I think keeping this Perfect Execution was a mistake, and I'm going to pay the price for it, but I feel like I have to deploy a Kali. Going down 2 power feels bad. Okay, so let me keep track of this. Okay, so Bryn here. They play a Progress Day, very expensive. They drop a hidden card, I'm not sure what that could be. Temporal breach. Banish a unit, then its owner plays to the same location. Oh, they're trying to make it so I can't play. Okay, so that's interesting. I mean, I'm gonna defy that. That's interesting with the Rockfall Path. Oh, that's spicy. I think now I just drop this and I play a... And I play Azanya's Hourglass. I don't want to burn my runes any longer. So they deploy that. These plays, this all just costs so much power. Like if I consume all this, like I can play that, but it costs me 4 power. Like I go down so much. They have such tremendous card advantage over us, but I do feel like I need to... Bruh. Hmm. I think I do want to clear those 2 bodies. And go to 4. I could play 3 to empower Akali, and I think I will at this point. Even though I'm going down runes like crazy. No, actually, wait. I go down here. Seven, 9, 10. I could use perfect execution to bring her back, but why not just play another one, right? Because this allows me to trigger that twice potentially, and give them the surprise factor. Forces them to deal with this. Okay, so time warp. They can target a Kali. I think going there may have been a mistake, but I mean, they can play onto Rockfall Path, so I think that's working against them. They can target a Kali. We have 2 Akalis. But I guess like them not being able to play into Rockfall Path is like really good for us. They have to play that, yes, and then they have to kill me here. And now we have the means to with perfect execution, we're set to go. So we move in here with our second Akali. Move her back. She gets +1. And then we go back here. And then we execute. Okay. Clean. Ferris Forerunner, definitely. Not so fast, definitely. Twilight Shroud. It's probably good. I think 1 Pendulum is fine. I mean, Decree of Focus seems important. I think we can drop 1 back off. We definitely want to keep the Zanyas. Like, the Pendulum Blade is useful. All these spells are useful. Charm was pretty decent there, but I could drop 1, to be honest. I still have 2 cards to go. We added another unit. Now that I'm going second, I can drop a 2-drop, and I think I'm going to drop one of the Mournful Witnesses, because... And then the 2 Zanyas are pretty important. How important is the Twilight Shroud here? Like, most of the spells that they play are during their turn. But I feel I can take out 1 on guard for and keep the... Because I feel like the Twilight Shroud can still be useful. Maybe it's incorrect, but... I don't want to replace the Akalis. Even though Deadly Weapon is really good. But against this deck is just kind of Falling Star food. Okay, so we have Jin. We have a Mournful Witness. We have the Not So Fast. We have the Stelgorn Hoarder. I'm going to keep this hand. There's a Mournful Witness. But I think at this point when he draws, so I'm going to play you. To be fair, this actually works against us. Let's see. Playing the crab here may have been a mistake instead of the mournful witness. But I could play Jin to develop that and a 2-drop. I could make use of this and use Jin, move twice. Which allows me to move here and generate one, and then I can tap a Kali to return it to there and generate another. And then I can go here to score a point. And then I can play the Mournful Witness. Okay, so we know they have a time warp. We know they have a time warp, a Void Seeker, and a Pharaoh's Forerunner. I think I have to pay 3 and empower Kali. And then I have to move here to generate this and then move you back. And then I can go in here, and then I have the ability to if I move here, I have 3 mana, which allows me to Okay, now let's think. Let me think for a moment. I have 5 mana. Maybe it's just time to play Akali instead. No, what I want to have The ability to counter that. I'm gonna go down in runes a lot. This doesn't feel great, what I did. Because I wasted one. I could have 6 energy, 7. I can counter this. Because I basically want to prevent the Kaisa from drawing. That's my plan here. They have a time warp. Yeah, I didn't make use of... That wasn't a good turn for Jin. I kind of screwed that up, I think. The Falling Star does a lot more. Yeah, empowering Akali was not good here. I didn't think that through. I just consumed too much. I actually lost mana doing that, and I played suboptimally. I need to deploy... It's all a learning lesson. This is 5. Is there a way around this? 3, 5. I get these 2. I can bop these 2 and I can kill this. That doesn't feel great. have to figure out some other way. Three, five. I can't combine these cards. I can move that and bop those two, and that's like the best thing I can do right now. They can't time warp until next turn, so... yeah, this is a problem. This feels really bad, though. I guess if I want to play to win, I need to play Perfect Execution, which readies this. Actually, no, never mind. I can't, I don't have ganking. I'm not Jin. Bruh. I'm so cooked. I am so cooked. Because they have the time warp. And them having the time warp... What if I play Jin into... No, I don't even have the mana to do that. Holy shit. Yeah, we're cooked. Because we can go here, draw a card, play Perfect Execution, ready her, pay 1, and play this so she cannot be targeted. And then we do this, and we bring her back. We draw another card. And then we... sorry, we draw another card now. Did I draw? I think I did. I drew enough. We have no hidden cards, unfortunately. They just conquer the other one and they go for that, so we're cooked. If we had like maybe back off was not a card we should have taken out. To be completely honest with you, okay, so wait, I'm going to... Okay, so 3/3, just let me think for a moment. Because they aren't doing that. 4 here. 3 here. No, 4 here, 3. Yeah, GG. I do think maybe I should be sideboarding a little bit differently, because I do get like out-tempoed. I can't be playing that slow. I definitely need to bring back another 2-drop. The Pendulum Blade is kind of good. Keeping the Perfect Execution was a mistake, though. Twilight Shroud is alright, but I also feel like I need the tempo. The Creo Focus. I think I'll put a back off over the Emperor's Divide. How many like spells that I mean, Defy can counter a lot of shit. Maybe the Creo Focus can. The Creo Focus is pretty good early. Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop the Twilight Shroud. Oh, but I want the On Guard. Shit. I guess I'll just have that because I've already dropped quite a bit. What else have I dropped for that? Fuck it, I'm gonna go with the double On Guard. Let's go with this. Okay, we have the Lonely Poro, we have the Defy, we have the Zanyas, we have the Emperor's Divide. I think we can drop the Emperor's Divide. We keep everything else. Emperor's Divide is good, don't get me wrong, but... Interesting. Okay. I kind of like keeping both of these Poros here in case they die, I draw. Because if they go for a falling star, like, you know, I want to be able to draw with my Poros. Okay, so I'm gonna pay 1. I'm gonna play an On Guard here. This can't be countered. Okay, so they deal 4 to a calm unit. It dies. I draw a card and showdown. Okay. Ferris Forerunner over there, alright. I can kind of like wipe them here, right? Like, okay, can I? Because I should have moved out so I could conquer this potentially. Yeah. So if I do this, I go here, I go back 8. Let me see what I draw with this. Another defy. I can actually move this here to trade it with the Poro. But that would cost me too much mana and I think too many resources. I can just push this back for a moment and just try to tempo them. I have to hide this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pay 2. Discipline here. Draw a card. I go up to 6. And then I'm gonna flip this. I think the might goes a long way. I think having a bunch of defies. I mean, they can time, but that's basically it. I think getting the information out of them is more important, so I think losing the Poro, losing the 2 might goes a long way. It draws me an extra card. That could be crucial. I have to develop another Akali. I have to develop the Mournful Witness. Because I knew they would want to send the Everson Sentry over there. So they can't draw. They can try to temporal breach us, but we have the 5 for that. They have retreat. Only temporal breach matters here. They're just going to drop the Noxus Hopeful immediately. They're going to protect with all that. They're probably going to hide the temporal breach over here so they can bounce the Bryn here. But we can easily counter that. And oh boy, we top decked. We top decked the murderous card here. And thinking, once we conquer here, like, we're able to trigger our legend again. But are we? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna hit here actually. Nope. No way I'm letting you do that. Sure, approved. Da, da, da. Empower Kali. And now for 8. Trigger Hall of Legends. Untap my Akali. Move here and trigger that. And that's game. Hall of Legends. Yeah, Falling Star top deck was really nice as well. That made things a lot easier. And triple defy. And we still have the ability to play another one there, so clean. Yeah, we just templed them. And game 2 was close. They just kind of like managed to tempo us. I think but game 2 I made some mistakes. Both in the sideboarding and in the mulligan phase. Like I kept the perfect execution that I should not have kept. I should have mulliganed more aggressively so that I could find stuff like Jhin and get my engine rolling. But this game is a good example of like some matches we're not gonna draw Jhin or we're not gonna draw Stellacorn, and we still have game. And I really like, because control matchups can be rough. That's why I really like the triple Scuttercrab and triple Lonely Poro. They help a lot. Can you explain the perfect execution play game 1? I think I may have derped game 1, to be honest. Because I tend to confuse, like I tend to assume that perfect execution allows me to gank. I don't remember the situation, but I may have done it with a Stellacorn and I couldn't gank. So I may have derped. I may very well have derped. I have to look back, but that is a mistake that I keep that I make. It was with Akali. The same thing. Like I keep thinking that perfect execution gives me ganking for some reason. Did I have the shuriken? Yeah, because perfect execution only really works with Jhin. So I think I derped in the first game. Yeah, if I have Shuriken, that's why if I had Shuriken, I didn't need to go for Perfect Execution. Like, I'm starting to think that maybe, like, because Perfect Execution has felt alright. But at the same time, it's kind of not. It's really good with Jhin, but it's just like very fringe. With everything else, it doesn't really do much. It allows me to burst, but that's kind of like what the Shuriken flip does. Like, I feel like perfect execution, if I want to ready something with perfect, it's very expensive to do that. It could easily be a third Emperor's Divide. It allows you to get back into a battlefield if you don't have your legend empowered, but that's the thing, it costs the same as empowering my legend. I feel like Emperor's Divide is always a good card to have. Like, it's the ultimate, like, protection. It could also be a second Pendulum Blade. I don't know if I like Upstage Comedy, because, like, readying the units, like, the Shuriken Flip is the powerful card, but Perfect Execution hasn't felt great for a while now. I think that can go without it, to be honest. It's just very expensive. And I already have like big power costs, and if I don't draw Jhin, like I have a lot of issues with power. I can see there's several options. I can see a second Pendulum Blade. I can see a second Emperor's Divide. I definitely don't see triple on guard. No, I don't like that. I don't want to run, like, I don't want to have games where I play Stellacore and I don't run out of gas. Emperor's Divide is just kind of perfect for our deck, because it triggers the Mournful Witness. Like, I can play Mournful Witness, I can deploy, like, Jhin there, and I can hide, like, or Stellacore or something, I can hide Emperor's Divide, and all of a sudden I'm triggering Stellacore and I'm triggering Mournful Witness. I feel like this card is just, like, very, very good. It gives us... Discipline is also consideration. Yeah, like the third discipline is also a consideration. But I feel like Emperor's Divide is exactly what this deck needs. It's exactly like the kind of card this deck. I could see myself dropping like one back off. Like just running one back off. And having another one in the sideboard and then playing a second Pendulum Blade. Because double Zanyas, triple Emperor's Divide, 2 back off. It's quite a few cards aimed at defense, and I do need some more offense, I think. I do need to be able to break board. So I think I drop a back off, I add a second Pendulum Blade, and then I go to the sideboard. I take out the Pendulum Blade, and I add another back off in the sideboard. For matchups where I'm expecting to be attacked a lot. Because Emperor's Divide is easier to play. Pendulum Blade is my way to just like I can even make use of my small units. Like if I don't have access to a big unit, even if I have a fucking Poro. The Poro has 3 might, goes in, goes up to 5 might, goes back. And if it's in the back alley bar, he goes up to 6 and then he goes back out. He has 8 might. Like I can make my Poro huge. Divide is just perfect because of the synergy with our move units, like not just Jin and Silicorn, but with Mournful Witness, and because it just allows us to like also save Akali. Like it gives us extra movement like as well. Like that's also what I really like about it. Like if we're stuck in one battlefield and the opponent is trying to hold in the other, we can Emperor's Divide, move, and then go back into the other one. Like it's flexible. And I really like that. And then we have the other back off in the sideboard for matchups where we need to have the extra stun, like Ambessa. We want to have another back off, right? Akali Silent Witness. Oh, silent. Yeah, I mean, Pendulum is what allows us to break boards. And this card has been stellar every time. Like, I've never had a Pendulum Blade and be like, oh, this is useless. Like, this card allows me to break through holds. But I have 3 Emperor. I like this. The other card that we're looking to is Blood Rush. No. No, there's no need. Like, red combat tricks are inferior to green ones. Like, yes, they give you more power on attack, but they are fundamentally useless in defense. And there's so many situations where On Guard and Discipline come in defense, forcing combat tricks out of the opponent or countering damage-based removal spells. Red spells do not do that, so I will in an Akali deck, like I will never substitute an On Guard or a Discipline for an Assault card. Like, 2 Pendulum makes sense because we have 9 2-drops, and it's a way to just make use of our 2-drops. It can make it worth for us to empower Akali just for the Mournful Witness as well, because it's like, in that situation, we get Mournful Witness up to what, like 10 might? It's just a very powerful gear. Like, in this deck, it's basically a big fucking sword that costs 1 less energy and fundamentally just gives you 2 more might. Like, it's 5 might with Akali alone. It's 5 might for 3 energy. What does Akali do into Diana or Mel? Well, against Diana, we have stuff. We have Not So Fast. We have Twilight Shroud, which I really like into both of those decks because they use their combat spells, and you know, we have Triple Defy, which is really good at countering a lot of key stuff. And Twilight Shroud, and honestly, like, even Akali Deadly Weapon is very promising. Because we can clear Dianas and stuff without having to engage in combat with them. And we get to play Falling Star. Falling Star is broken against Diana. Falling Star literally kills their entire deck. We play into their combat, but we can also bait out their combat tricks and get out of there with Akali. Like, it's an interesting matchup. I think I'd like to practice that one. Because they do like to play... It's just about not letting them tempo us, and Falling Star really helps. I think finding Jhin is... Just, like, Jhin is amazing in the Diana matchup. The deflect... Allowing us to play our Falling Stars without falling behind is huge. There are times I feel I run low on draw. I preferred Kai'Sa over Jhin. No, I would never play Kai'Sa over Jhin. Like, yeah, when you don't find Stellacorn, you can run out of gas for sure, but that's also what the triple Scuttlecrab, triple Lonely Poro is doing. Like, we have a lot of cycling with the deck. The Charm is interesting. Like, I feel like you can make an argument for dropping Charm down to 1 and going for a third discipline. Like, there's definitely options. But Jhin is what makes the magic happen. Jhin allows you to just vomit out. I misplayed him in one game though. Like, I empowered my Akali when I didn't need to. Like, I could have just used Jhin to generate the extra energy. Use Jhin to clear the extra energy, knock out that unit, and then actually I would have been able to deploy Stellacorn and still have I have 7 energy, so I could have used the Shuriken. Yeah, I could have done a lot of cool things. Yeah, I could have used the Shuriken flip with like a Poro that turn and dived it into the Noxus Hopeful, and that game would have been completely different. So I misplayed my Jhin in the second game against Kai'Sa. Because I for some reason, like, that was not a turn to empower. That was a turn to just attack with Jhin. The problem with the attack to... No, I think... yeah, the problem with the Jhin attack is that I give them the... So maybe I just couldn't deploy the Stellacorn. I just deployed double Poro instead, probably. To keep the... yeah, to keep the Not So Fast open for the... Yeah, that would have worked. Double Poro and Shuriken flip, and the extra energy allows me to keep exactly two runes for a Not So Fast, which would have prevented the Void Seeker. There's also an argument for like 2 Not So Fast in the sideboard. Because otherwise, Falling Star can be a bit annoying. It's good against Stellacorn and against a lot of our deck, even though we have ways to navigate around it, but it can be strong against us. Like, there's still things. I'm definitely not taking out the Brittle Steel and the Thermal Beam. I feel like the back off is important, but I don't know what I'm taking out against Mbessa for it. I guess a Pendulum Blade. Or maybe even like... No, I think a Pendulum Blade, and I just have the back off instead. Yeah, because that's better against Mbessa, because I need more defense against Mbessa. Like, I can overpower Mbessa. Is 3 Brittle necessary? Absolutely. 1000%. We need to reliably kill Aurora. Otherwise, Aurora just obliterates us. Aurora is a big problem, and we need to have a reliable answer for it. We need to tempo Aurora. I like the triple Emperor's Divide though with the Stellarcorn. It's just a lot safer to play Stellarcorn with it. Yeah, definitely. And even Jin as well. Like I can even move Jin and generate extra energy to play stuff. Yeah, this card should always have been a 3 of. This card is so strong in this deck. Pendulum Blade is so strong. And then just one back off for key scenarios where we need to stun. Yeah. Yeah, the deck is a lot more. It's closer for sure, like this. Yeah, Divide is so important. I have some water, okay, and we're gonna go to another one. We're gonna keep grinding, and then I'll get to cooking other stuff too. I think they did a great job with Akali's design. She's way cooler than, say, Irelia. I think she's a lot more fun than Irelia. I was never into Irelia as a deck, personally, because I don't like the idea of, like, protect the queen. I feel like sometimes Irelia is a bit of an all-nothing deck. It's a great deck, don't get me wrong, but it's just not... It's Kennen, but is that... Wait. That is Kennen, but it's yellow Kennen. Interesting. Okay, so we go second. They play Nocturnes. We have Scuttle Crab, Lonely Poro. And I mean, Pendulum Blade can be useful. I kind of feel like I gotta get some mulligans going on here, though. It seems bad mulliganing the Scuttle Crab, but I already have a 2-drop. And I want to find my Jin. There we go. And I want to be able to threaten my opponent with my like... Because I'm going second, I feel like Lonely Poro is more valuable because of the might. Good thing about want to discard. Ilaoi, okay, that took a while. So I'm expecting some Nocturnes here. Let's see if they find it. The Gamba. They actually do find it. Wow, okay. Interesting. Am I gonna Pendulum this Poro? I'm gonna Pendulum this Poro, aren't I? Because I can search for stuff. Next turn, what am I doing? I'm playing Jin no matter what, so I could play Jin with Scuttle Crab. Gives me a play to make anyways. Getting tempoed a bit here, though. So, digging for the signature spell from Akali was probably a good idea. But Jin Scuttle Crab is... a good play as well. We're falling behind on points though, this is problematic. If I can find a Kali signature spell, then we get to work. They're gonna be able to go to 5, unfortunately. The early tempo from Nocturne was pretty backbreaking for us, especially going first. I have 7 mana to work with, 2 goes for that, and then I develop another Djinn. And I preserve the energy for that, right? If I clear these 2, it's a lot harder for them to beat through that. Is playing another Djinn the way? Let's think about it. So I think we need to recycle these 2. I think the first things first, we're going to play Falling Star here and here. Get rid of those 2. We need to try to prevent the conquer at all costs, but with the combination of this and that, like, it's gonna be hard. I think I consume 1 power to equip this to Djinn, getting him up to 5 power. That gives him up to 7, 4, 6, 8. Them going up to 6 allows them to threaten a double conquer though, but I think I can't really stop that. Where do I deploy this? Maybe it was a mistake. The Nocturne high roll was rough. Definitely. Maybe deploying here is bad. Okay, so they go in here with this. They discard the Baron Nashor and draw a card. What are my best odds here? If I just I'm not gonna be able to prevent the Conquer anyway, so I'm just going to oh. Well, fuck me. Yeah, they just honestly they just high rolled the fuck out of us, to be honest. Like pulling the Nocturne and then having the Vanguard and just being able to like going first, that was really strong. Because they have the ability to bring the Baron Nashor in. And we don't have the ability to defend. I mean, they just ought to win, right? Like, they get to play that into Baron Nashor. Maybe not exactly. Doesn't really matter because they equip that with 7. They play Baron Nashor. They give him 9, 11. And then they just kill us. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We're cooked. I'm overthinking here. Like, here is what I should have... Like, if this was a tournament game, I would scoop. But I'm going to see how they play this out. Because they have the ability to resurrect Baron Nashor, so they have the high roll there as well. I mean, they really high rolled this game. Like, that opening was crazy with the Nocturne and then the Vanguard Captain and then just being able to apply pressure. So they bring in Baron Nashor here. And there's not really much. Maybe it was better for me to just like No, because they just conquer here first. Maybe I should have placed Akali here. But it doesn't really make a difference. This thing has 7 now. They don't have it. They can't equip the... Wait, they can't equip that. That's interesting. They can't equip this because they can't consume all the power. So... So I guess we actually just... Because they get to bring back the Vanguard Captain, and that makes a big deal. So I'm just gonna let that die. Because now there's a chance if I top deck Shirk and flip. Oh wait, wait. They just gave me the chance. Okay, so never surrender. Wait, I think we may have this. We have to we have to equip this no matter what to Akali. Channel 1 energy. Oh my goodness, wait. Oh, I think we have this. If I move here and I move back, I go up to that. Okay, so let me do the math. Math. So +4 every time I go into a battlefield, essentially. So 9. We go back. 13. So we go here. We go to 9. And then we trigger Akali. We bring her back. And then we go back in, and we have 13 might. And then we trigger this. Cinema! Absolute cinema! Whoo! No best of 3? Oh! They run... The problem with this deck is that they play Soul Goger in a deck that plays Yellow Seals. It's very greedy, and what basically cost them the game was the fact that they couldn't equip the thing. The shovel. But I had to defend with Akali because otherwise, like, they just conquer the Lonely Poro easily. So yeah, no, let's just not surrender ever, because you never know. Holy fuck, dude. Yo, they high rolled like crazy. Going first, pulling the Nocturne, and then following that up with and the Nocturne enabled the, like, you have to understand how insane that is. Like, not only did they find the Nocturne on their first attack, going first, but playing that Nocturne enabled the Vanguard Captain and her Legion. Like, that's an insane opener, bro. And the fact that they pulled the Nocturne enabled the fucking... enabled the cannon. Then pulling the Nocturne enabled the cannon, which gave them the assault, which allowed them to clear my Poro for free. Like, that was insane. Like, that's what I was saying about the high roll. Like, that opener was crazy. Damn. Because then they go to 5. Oh my god, that Shuriken top deck. Oh, we made use of the battlefield. We did good in mulliganing the... Oof, what a game. That was cinema. That was pure cinema. Oh my god. Jokes aside, do you think the Defies were bringing in that match? I mean, Defy is gonna be good in that matchup. Because it stops Starcrossed. But, I could see myself, like, dropping down one Defy. They were kind of, like, not doing anything in that game specifically because their game, like, they basically just played units. You kind of have to play 3 Defies in this meta. It's just so good. It stops so many things. I can see backoffs being brought in. Yeah, like a second backoff. Like another game where the Pendulum Blade was insane, right? I had a good start. Like going second, like the Pendulum Blade on the Poro was super nice. But because I was forced to use it because they pulled the Nocturne. Otherwise, I develop Jhin in the base. And I go for the On Guard. Sometimes I do think that it's just 3 On Guard. Sometimes, like, I believe that's... Because this card just feels so clutch. But the problem is I feel like if I run 3, then I have, like, very low impact spells and I can run out of gas. But I could see myself... Honestly, this seems crazy... But I could see myself taking out 1 Charm for 1 On Guard. Though Charm, now that I'm playing double Pendulum Blade, Charm is just like free removal. It's just very good removal. Having 3 Falling Stars and 2 Charms allows me to really control my opponent's board. But more often than not, On Guard is more important. Hi Mogwai, as someone that got into Ripbound from your YouTube videos, could you hover cards with your mouse more often? Yes, I can do that, yes. For a while, it was common for me to have to look up cards many times a game to follow your plays. Okay, yes, I'll take that into account, yeah. Yeah, that is definitely something, like, if I'm watching somebody and shit like that, that's also something that I also complain about that, so... Yeah, noted. Would another spot removal be better than Charm in that case? I just feel like On Guard is always extremely useful. But Charm is a very powerful card, but we do play triple Falling Star. But Charm kind of like allows us... Charm is just so flexible as a card. But On Guard is very... On Guard is just a lot. Like, +2 for 1... has a lot of implications. But I think the 2 Charms, like, also, like, especially now that we played... Like, the double Pendulum was definitely the way to go. Triple Emperor's Divide. Even though it seems like we don't draw this card enough. For some reason. On Guard is just love. It is. It is. I'd run 6 Divide if the game let me. Yeah, like, are you the guy who mentioned, like, 3 Divide? Like, this is definitely... like, this card is, like, so good. It's our version of Flash, and this deck absolutely loves that. Like, especially with Jhin and Stellarcorn. Like, being able to just get the fuck out of there is so crucial. I really like the back off, but I like the idea of having one main deck back off and another one in the sideboard. I like that a lot. I still like the game plan of like Akali going second with Voidgate, Akali Deadly Weapon. I think the Decree of Focus comes into play into some, like, into a lot of red matchups. I think this card is worth running. I don't like the red Decree personally. But I think this one is good. Like, this one is kind of insane. Like, if I'm facing stuff like Rek'Sai, it seems to be specific, but it's good against Draven as well, which is, I think it can be a very difficult matchup for us. It's very good against Draven, it's very good against Rek'Sai. Decks that we can struggle with, because Rek'Sai can outpace us, and we're not good at holding. So this card helps us hold. And against Rek'Sai, we also bring another back off. We can play Pharaoh's Forerunner as well. Akali Deadly Weapon comes in and does beautiful things. I think this card warrants a slot as a one-off because it comes in key matchups. I like it. I like the idea a lot of this card against Draven. Because Draven plays, like, most of their, like, big attackers are actually red. You know, like Kai'Sa. Draven loves to play Kai'Sa. And this card just comes in and gives me +4 might and allows me to hold against those decks. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe another card would be better. Like, the sideboard is still a work in progress. Yeah, but draw this one off. No, like, one-offs in sideboard go a long way. Because Decree of Focus is not a card that I would like to run multiple copies of, even in the matchups that I want it, because it's still, like, very scenario specific. Like, it's limited for combat. But it just really helps. But maybe the Decree of Focus is wrong. Like, I need to experiment more. But I feel like against Draven and stuff, it can be very good. What matchups does Red Akali come in? Red Akali, unless I'm facing a control deck where, you know, where they target my stuff in the bench and I want Akali silent no matter what. Akali Deadly Weapon is coming in the game where I go second with Voidgate. It's a great turn 1 play that allows me to clear up my opponent's aggression. I like her with Voidgate a lot. In mid-range matchups as well, like she can do a lot. With how we draw, one-offs are reasonable to find. Yeah, exactly. And I like splitting. Like I like having different resources to enhance my matchup against different decks. As a big fan of what Runeterra was, is this game a good successor to it? Absolutely. Hey Mog, just wanted to say I watched you back from Legend of Runeterra. Seeing you playing this got me interested. I went to a pre-rift and went 3-0. And in my final prize, I opened a signature, a signed Akali. Oh, wow. I'm going to take credit for that. You're welcome. That's on me. It's what I do. The problem that I see with the Deadly Akali, like the Deadly Weapon Akali opener, is that it can also, like... I'm also not scoring. I mean, I lead off with her, and then the next turn, I basically have to empower. I think it still works, because I can empower my Akali. Or I can empower her. Yeah, no, she's good, because if they lead off with a 2-drop, I don't have to empower. I just empower her. When I'm at 5, I empower her. I pay 2, I empower her. I bring her in. I knock out their 2-drop. And then I have mana to protect her. Is she good against Rek'Sai? She allows me to clear the board with Rek'Sai, but I also need to be able to hold. Like, I need to find ways to be able to hold with this deck. So I need back off. Like, the Creo Focus helps in that regard. Like, the Creo Focus is really good against Rek'Sai. I know that for a fact. It's really good against Rek'Sai. But I need to be able to hold against them. That's where I don't like Emperor's Divide. When I want to hold, it doesn't help me hold. So going second, I'm generally at a disadvantage. Like, I need to be able to hold against Rek'Sai, it's a thing. That's why I really like the Creo Focus. I feel like against Rek'Sai, like, this card does a lot, and against Draven as well. I actually, the more I think about it, the more I like it. Because it actually helps me. It helps me hold in those situations. I mean, Rek'Sai is a match to consider. It's common enough. Because I feel like it can be a weakness if I don't address it. Basically, decks that can out-tempo me are problematic. Like, we saw that game, right? When a deck has the ability to open and conquer into double conquer, it's very threatening. So decks that are able to spread out are dangerous because any sort of deck that's not good at holding is susceptible to decks that conquer with little dudes. Not only Rek'Sai, but Victor as well. Like, I need to find a way to improve my hold game. I need to be able to play a bit more defensively with this deck. No, Resonating Strike is not it. I mean, maybe it is, but it's just such a useless card a lot of times. Because it requires me to have 2 units. I mean, to be fair, it can allow me to bring something in. But I feel like instead, like, cards like On Guard... I think if you side Pendulum and focus on gaining points as early as possible and let your opponent play the pressure game, because you're so close to winning. I'm looking at block, but I don't think it's the answer. No. Block is when you want to make use of the tank as well. Block is when you have several blockers. It's too specific, and we often have 1 unit defending. Stunning is a way. Like, if I don't need to hold... Like, if I can hold on 1 battlefield, and I can slow down these kind of decks, that's where the magic happens. And I believe that's where On Guard comes into play. I think it's 1 charm and triple On Guard, to be honest. Do we have a battlefield for the Rek'Sai matchup? I mean, Void Gate definitely helps. Because with Void Gate, I can bop their Rek'Sai and their other 3 Might units with Shuriken Flip. And I can Falling Star the Noxus Hopeful. What about Thwonk? I mean, yeah, like sometimes I think like Thwonk is a lot... There's a lot of scenarios where Thwonk is better than back off. Like, the ability to repeat it is really nice. And the fact that I can stun something for 2 energy is a big deal, too. So I could see myself main decking back off because it's more flexible, right? Because I can hide it and I can draw a card. But then sideboarding a Thwonk. Because in matchups where I need to stun more, I need to be able to stun for less energy sometimes. That seems kind of weird to have a 1-1, but it's like the matchups where I need more stuns, I need a cheaper stun than back off. And Thwonk never stopped being a great card. Because you can potentially even repeat it against spread out attacks. But it doesn't help it doesn't help that much against Victor. Maybe Against All Odds is better than the Decree of Focus overall. How many units does the Draven and Rek'Sai decks have on the field at a time? I mean, they can spread out a lot. Lots of fucking annoying 2-drops. Is there anything within this color combination that can punish spread out board states like that? In versus Victor, Sidon up from below. From below? What? What card are you talking about? Bro, this is not a chaos deck. What do you guys suggest cards that don't fall into the, like, this happens a lot. Maybe a Wrath like Firestorm suits them? Firestorm. No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about somebody in what is Firestorm? Storm? Oh, Firestorm is like... Yeah, but it's... The problem is not the battlefield. I can deal with the battlefield. The problem is, like... There's no... I mean, even if I had Bellows Breath, would I play it, right? That's the question. Like, Piercing Light is interesting. Especially because with Jhin, you can enable it. Piercing Light is kind of legit. It especially works well with Void Gate. It may be better than Decree of Focus. Because this card, like with Jhin, this card is easy to trigger. Have we tested out Cleavers on guard? Our problem is not conquering. I've stated it numerous times. Green cheap combat tricks are vastly superior to red ones because we can use them in defense, which is where we're weakest. So a card like On Guard is significantly better than Cleave in a vacuum because Especially in a deck that's already efficient at conquering. Especially in a deck that already plays cards like Pendulum Blade, has Akali. Like, we don't have problems conquering. We have more problems defending when we need to. Piercing Light could be better than Decree of Focus. It's just more flexible. It works against Victor as well. I don't like Feral Strength if I don't have like Sona or Eager Apprentice. And if I'm gonna play Feral Strength, I'd rather just play another copy of On Guard. We have to be mana efficient. Against the odds, I mean, against the Azir, like, they don't often swarm with too many different soldiers. Like, a lot of times they transfer energy, they equip a lot of equipments on one. Like, it's not bad, but Piercing Light is also quite good against them because we have Triple Defy to counter their Defy. Piercing Light helps against Azir, it helps against Rek'Sai, it helps against Victor. It can be it can be really great against Draven as well. Because Vex is not a unit, because Vex has to be in a battlefield, Vex is a lot easier for us to kill. We don't have to spend spells to kill Vex. We attack into Vex. But Piercing Light allows us to target the bench more. It gives us more support with the Falling Star. And because we get to run Defy, because the biggest issue that I have with Piercing Light is the cost and it getting defied. But the combination of Jhin and Defy help mitigate that. We have a full set of both of these cards. Like, Jhin can enable... I can empower Akali, and basically Piercing Light costs me 1 energy and no power. Well, 1 power to empower Akali, right? But... like, with Jhin, once Akali's empowered, like, Piercing Light is just 1 energy. And I still have power to spare after it. So it works well with Void Gate as well. Very good with Void Gate too, potentially. And it helps us against Rek'Sai, Victor, Draven, Azir. It's also good against Diana too. It's also quite good against Diana, because you can kill their little critters and then focus on Falling Star, using Falling Star on the... yeah, Piercing Light, the more I think about it, this card is amazing. Especially because we're playing Void Gate as well. And Jhin, like... yeah, this archetype is so neat. It's so interesting. Against Diana, I like Piercing Light. I like bringing Twilight Shroud. Likely not so fast as well to have a 4th counter. And potentially a Thwong too. Because stun against Diana is very strong. So I can see myself bringing like four sideboard cards. I could see myself dropping a Charm because it triggers their Hui, so we don't want to deal with Hui with Charm. But see, like, you understand, like, the reason for Piercing Light just makes it's just so good. I also like the Ferrous Forerunner to have a big unit to play against anything that's not purple. I can bring it in. It's a good unit to drop. I'm still not 100% convinced on it because the way our deck functions, we don't really... like, I don't think I've ever had a game where I got to 12 runes. Like, that just doesn't happen. With Jhin, it's possible to get there, but we also spend power developing Jhin and also empowering Akali, so we just don't get up to 12 runes. So we have to be careful with, like, we can't play big units. I've seen people hyped about this card in Akali, which in a lot of ways makes sense, right? Because when you play for each turn, if I'm in a battlefield, your next card costs 2 energy, 2 power less. Allows you to play Falling Star for free, and then when you play a hidden card, you can actually play, you know, something else from your hand. You know, you can play a discipline. You can try to enable a back off potentially. The problem with this card in Akali, at least like the version that we're running, right? Because if you can try to play a more control version of Akali, but it would look very different from this, is that you don't get to 7. Like, you actually don't get to 7 runes reliably. Like, if you're facing a competent opponent that's forcing you to play your cards, you just don't get there. You only put that even in the turn when you pop off with Jhin. So if you're going first with Jhin, you're at 5 runes on turn 3. You tap 3 and 1 power to enable Akali. You move in with Jhin, you have 2 left, you generate 3 energy. Even then, you don't get to play the Astral Hair on that turn. So no, Forerunner is reliable, but you have to ask yourself the question, like, does my curve allow it, right? Is this card actually going to be good? And like, in what matchups am I bringing the Ferris Forerunner? More grindy matchups that aren't purple, essentially. So, I don't even know if I bring it against Rek'Sai, to be honest. I think I do, just because I can slam it to try to hold. But Rek'Sai, a lot of Rek'Sai is a tempo game, so... And matchups where they... The thing is, a lot of control decks are purple, right? So I don't bring this against Mel ever. I don't bring this against Ezreal. I don't bring this against Diana. She's not exactly a control deck, but she's like a combat control deck. Anything that can star-cross me, I don't bring this against. So, do I bring this against Azir? Maybe. I'm not sure. I do think against Rek'Sai it's good. I think against Victor is also good. I can slam it, and I can defend with it. But against Victor, we do have to play the Thwonk, because we have to be able to answer the Watcher to some extent. Like, they have a lot of acceleration. I also think we may bring like 1 Brutal Steel against Victor, because they can have the... They can have several things. Not so fast, obviously. Piercing Light. I don't know if I bring Twilight Shroud. I like Twilight Shroud against Diana, against Mel. Any sort of reactive deck. Twilight Shroud does a lot, because Twilight Shroud allows me to send in my Akali without having to worry about a Star-Crossed. And then I can focus on defying the Flash instead to make sure I kill their units. Or the Ride the Wind. So I think Forerunner comes in against Rek'Sai, comes in against Victor. But again, the question is, like, can I play this? Can I actually play this? I think the answer is yes, but as a one-off. Not so fast. I could main deck one not so fast, but I don't want to have as many counters. It can be a bit heavy. But I could see myself dropping 1 charm for a 3rd on guard. On guard is just so flexible. Charm is also flexible, don't get me wrong. Charm gives me removal towards the bench, which is also important. But it's a consideration. Everything else I really like. It's just patching up the weakness, and the weakness is decks that can spread out. That's one of the big weaknesses. Control decks can be rough as well. With Resonation Strike work, you can proc move triggers at instant speed to defend and hold. Theoretically, yes, it could work. Yes. But it would require me to have two... It would require me to control battlefield, have 2 units on the board. But it does allow me to play my Akali more defensively. That's a thing. Like, if I have Akali with Resonating Strike, I can place the Resonating Strike in a battlefield with a small unit. I can bring in the Akali, and that's 8 might. That's 8 might. That's actually really interesting. That's actually really interesting. Very interesting. I wanted to play Helm of Suppression to counter Infinite Lux, but to be honest, I think realistically, Infinite Lux will be a deck in Barcelona, but I still don't think it'll be a hyper popular deck, especially because there's no prize for Best of Lux. And because people are gonna be countering it, so I think I'm better off like being like, okay, if I queue into that deck, then fuck me. I can try to out-tempo them, and I can try to counter. But I think having a sideboard that covers all the other matchups better is fundamentally more important. Yeah, like, how do I match up against Irelia, right? Irelia, we need the stuns. The Brittle Steels are also important. We kind of need to tempo her a little bit. And we need to be able to just apply pressure and use our own Akali offensively and try to... Like, Pendulum Blade is going to be really important in that matchup. But not playing Pendulum Blade on curve because they can play the Adaptatron and kill it. Just preserve Pendulum Blade from when we need the big attack. And just try to like use Brittle Steels to kill the Guardian Angels and just go in with like I also think Twilight Shroud is potentially really good there because they can target her with Not So Fast, and that takes a lot of power out of them. So I bring in the Thwonk, I bring in the Brittle Steels. I don't know if I bring in 3 Brittle Steels. I think I bring in 2 Brittle Steels. I don't want to be overdrawing Brittle Steels. Maybe I bring in 3, to be honest. And I think I bring in the Twilight Shroud. Just because it stops... I mean, the thing is, it doesn't actually stop. No, I don't know. It doesn't actually stop their... No, yes it does. Yes it does. With Akali it does. Because they can't target her on the bench. So I do bring the Twilight Shroud because it allows me to be like, okay, you can Not So Fast Akali. And that takes away like a card that they run as a 3 of, right? So they're resorting to other buff spells. And we have the ability to bounce back and forth. And with the Pendulums, we can get really high up in might. And we can just combat her that way. And that's where the 2 charms come into play, right? Because it's a great way to force Irelia into combat early as well. It's definitely not a matchup that I feel extremely excited for, but I think it's a very winnable matchup. When is Thermo needed? Azir, mostly. And I really, really, really want to be able to fucking kill Aurora. But against the Azir, this card is like I win the game card. And I do think Azir will be relatively popular. Because Brittle Steel is not as... I mean, it's still good against Azir, to be honest. Maybe Thermal Beam is not needed. Maybe there's a world where... Because Brittle Steel is a 2-for-1, right? Like, I can replay Brittle Steel. I can play Brittle Steel, replay Brittle Steel, play Brittle Steel, replay Brittle Steel, and I can just pick off their gears that way. So maybe Thermal Beam is unnecessary, and I can free up for something else. Because there is a world... Because otherwise, like, triple... I would replace for a second Shroud or a Resonating Strike. Yes, yes, I agree. The more I think about it, Brittle Steel playing twice, that's a very good point. And I don't like the second Shroud. I think I have Triple Defy and stuff, and overdrawing Shrouds can be a little bit iffy, especially because I can flow it. I think I'm weaker against decks that out-tempo me. I don't think I'm that weak against Diana, just because I play Falling Star. Any deck that plays triple Falling Star has an incredible card against... Like, this is an incredible fucking card against Diana. But I do like the idea of Resonating Strike for matchups where I need to defend more. Because I can conquer with something, I can hide, and it's just like, okay, if they go crazy trying to conquer that, I can bring in my Akali, and I can fuck their attacks. In a pinch, I can also use this to trigger a draw with Stellacorn. I can use this to generate surprise energy with Jhin on my opponent's turn. Like this card, theoretically, this card actually can do a lot. But only in specific matchups where I truly need it. I think this card is good into Rek'Sai. I think this card is good into Victor. It's just a big surprise factor. Like this card with Akali, like I really like this card with Akali, basically. Like with Akali, I just go in and I have like all of a sudden I have an 8 might. Like I have a hidden card that adds 8 might to the board. I can also like use... I can use it in a lot of ways, actually. Like I can have Akali defending in one battlefield. Like I can conquer with Akali and I can use the Resonating Strike. Like I can double conquer. If I double conquer, I can use this to, like, if they try to kill off my Akali, I just move her to the other side with this. So it can act as like as Emperor's Divide as well, while also protecting the other battlefield. In theory, it's promising, but it's a flexible slot for sure. It just seems it has to do with like how many... What are actually my worst matchups, right? But I do agree that the Thermal Beam just felt bad there because, okay, Azir, I just bring triple Brittle Steel against Azir, and I just flow them. It is theoretically a worse Thermal Beam, but at least it's a Thermal Beam that doesn't destroy my Pendulum Blade, and I play 3 of them. And it's a Thermal Beam that I can play for 2 energy at first, and then play afterwards whenever I can. But the Resonating Strike is something that because I'm convinced on the Piercing Light for sure. Like triple Brittle Steel against the Azir has to be really strong. Like boom, kill a gear, boom, kill a gear. I draw another one, boom, kill a gear, boom, kill a gear. Yeah, I'm consuming a lot of energy, but if I have a Jhin, oh boy. And that's where I think Resonating Strike... I think Resonating Strike also would come in against the Zir. Because I can use my Jhin. And then I can move my... I can do a lot of surprise moves with it. I feel like Resonating can do a lot, actually. Because we are weak at holding, but this card actually helps us. I don't like it in the main deck. Because it can be clunky. But in some matchups, I do like it. It also works with the Akali going second. Yeah, if I empower her and I have Resonating Strike, I can actually really weaken their attack. Like, I send in 5 might and I pop a little guy. So very, like, I like this card against aggressive decks. Essentially, and that's the kind of card that I feel I need. And then questions arise like, okay, how do we deal against, like... Against Mel, we basically just defy their signature spell. Because that's the scariest card, right? But that's also why I think we need Double Charm to be able to guarantee that we kill Mel. And the 4-drop that allows them to turbo their spells. But Mel can be quite scary. We kind of have to try to tempo her a little bit. I think we have something, if not the actual list, something that's extremely close to it. I love the 10 sideboard slots. Yeah, I can't cover every base. I'm just... Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to, like, patch up cards that just are generally flexible into a bunch of different matchups. And what this sideboard is doing is it's patching up a lot of my weaknesses against certain decks. Because I'm not talking about one deck. I'm talking about, like, multiple decks. Like, decks that can spread out and conquer fast. Well, bitch, get Piercing Light, get thwonked, and get kicked in the face by the blind man himself. Because fuck you. On paper, it just seems so nice. I mean, the deck has been... Like, we've lost one series, and I misplayed, and they also cheated without me realizing. Aside from that, we've won every other series we played with this deck over 2 days, so the deck is... This is gonna be my thing, for sure. Like, this deck just... It's just so... I love playing Falling Star. Like, Pike gave me a Falling Star addiction. I think Jhin is one of the dopest cards in Ripbound, period. Like, this card is so fucking cool. I love this card. I love the deflect. I love the gank. I just love this card. Is awesome. But we pulled over number... I know. I fucking know. Now I'm gonna have to find her. Because this is like one of the best alt arts for a legend ever, and I need it. I would like to see Kai'Sa. I don't like Kai'Sa, personally. Maybe I'm underestimating her. Maybe Kai'Sa could be good because we have Pendulum Blade. So you're a Maniac Kali because of Jhin. Yeah. Yeah, I got a problem with that. I could see like a Kai'Sa for acceleration, but I just feel like I'd rather play a second Akali. Right? This card is cracked. Especially if I'm sideboarding the Resonating Strike. It is true that if I don't find Silicorn, I can run out of gas, but my 2-drops help that. I do need to... I triple Falling Star, like nobody's gonna take me off that train. Triple Falling Star is the goated card. Especially with triple Jin, like this card is... I love this card. Yes, it's a big price to pay, but oh my goodness, this card is... And with triple Jin, like, we just enable it. Like, I like triple Jin, triple Falling Star. Like, Jin into Falling Star is just such... It just feels so good. Like, you just cheat it out. You empower your legend, you pay 1 power, and then you get to play Falling Star for free. Riot sustains a great card game now that they don't have to pay $1 trillion for voice lines and level up animations. Yeah, I mean, this game is just great, man. But Kaisa could be something that I end up considering if I could, like, because having an acceleration unit is nice. Could you scroll to the side? You mean down? Because what are the accelerated units, right? Rek'Sai is kind of interesting. Because with Rek'Sai, I can actually accelerate my Akali. That's interesting. I don't know if that's good, but that's interesting. Because basically, Rek'Sai is a Kaisa that doesn't draw, but it costs you 1 less energy. Offensively, at least. Then, of course, the 4 might on Kaisa does matter, but... Like, Rek'Sai is a card that you can play first going... The thing is, like... You don't want to accelerate, like, you don't need to accelerate your Akali a lot of time. I mean, it's good to accelerate your Akali, don't get me wrong. But it's something interesting. Aside from that, Sharkling, terrible. Rengar is just like, I would never play this over this costs so much power, it's crazy. And then why play Eclipse Dragon when we get to play Stellacorn, right? So I think if I were to add an Accelerate unit, it would be either Rek'Sai or Kaisa. But I think Rek'Sai is worth debating. Probably not worth it in the end, but the ability to accelerate your Akali goes a long way. In some scenarios, like... But if you think about it, like... This thing has to live a turn for you to do that. And it's only really valuable in the late game. And you're never going to have the runes to be able to play this in Akali and do something else. Right? Like, you're just not going to have the runes. So I think that's bait. Because I think paying 1 more for Kaisa and being able to draw a card, sometimes you need that extra draw. But if I were to ever consider Kaisa, she would be a one-off at best, I think. for games where I don't draw Stellarcorn. She would be a one-off. Kaisa plus Mask of Foresight is insane. I do not believe in Mask of Foresight. I think that card is bait. I like cards that replace themselves. Yeah, but I mean, we already have a lot of that. We have Poros and Scuttle Crabs, you know? And Disc? What is Disc? Oh, Discipline. Yeah. Discipline too, yeah. Like, we do have quite a bit of cycling and back off as well. But theoretically, in some endgame scenarios, like you can play, like if you want to double conquer, you can play Kaisa, equip the Pendulum Blade, go in somewhere, trigger your Akali, move her back, go back in, conquer, draw a card, and then you can play Shuriken Flip, and you can move Kaisa to the other lane, and kind of like her being able to accelerate her this way. I think having her be a one-off is definitely worth considering. I could see myself maybe replacing the Akali for her, to be honest. That is a debate I'm willing to engage in. Maybe I'm putting too much value into the second Akali when I already have the chosen champion. There's also an argument for triple on guard because there's a lot of scenarios where you end up with one open mana in this deck, and on guard does a lot too. Yeah, like the thing is, Shuriken with Kaisa is really strong. That's the thing. It's very strong because you accelerate her and then you Shuriken and you draw a card and you double conquer. It's actually quite strong. And with Pendulum Blade, it makes sense too. Yeah, if I replace the Akali, yeah, exactly. If I'm replacing, then I don't get a second Akali, which can be quite clutch in a lot of games. Yeah, I can test that. That's something that I will test because it is a consideration. But this is my ticket to Barcelona, guys. This is the deck I'm playing. I'm convinced now. Because this signature spell is giga broken. The deck is not flawless. In fact, like I think a lot of people don't rate it as high, but I actually think it's stronger than a lot of people say it is. And it's a fascinating deck as well. It's absolutely fascinating deck. It's absolutely fascinating. Like it's and it fits me better because I rope in games. So I like to take my time thinking, and because this deck is more fast-paced, I don't have to worry about running out of time like I did playing Pike Control. So I'm in a Akali main. I am in a Akali main. The 3 battlefields so far I'm very happy with. Things could change. And I'll take Kaisa into account because Kaisa sounds very promising. With the... I didn't factor in, like, now that we have double Pendulum Blade. With double Pendulum Blade and the Shuriken Flips. Yeah, no, shuriken flip is broken. And it's nice. I think signature spells have a right to be broken. Nobody can complain about shuriken flip when like Mel's signature spell exists. I don't want to hear it. Like, they could actually counter my shuriken flip and move something from them and conquer on my turn. Holy shit, dude. That card is like, Mel is terrifying to me because that spell is just absolutely terrifying. That spell is terrifying. What a fascinating archetype. I love it. I love everything about it. I am in love, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited to master this. It's gonna be a ride, but we're gonna be playing other stuff too for content. Like tomorrow, I'll make, you know, I'll take a bit of a break and I'll build something new, and we'll go with that. Love you. Have a soul day. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. A lot of yapping today as well, but yapping is important. I love theory crafting, and I love talking about decks and stuff. I know that's not for everybody, but you know, we'll be playing. I mean, we played quite a few games today though, and we'll be doing more tomorrow. And we'll see what tomorrow. We'll try something new. So have a good one. Have a swell fucking day. I'll see you tomorrow.